so far. The first one was really about strategy, looking at the value chain, looking how businesses work, looking at organograms, how a business is supposed to function. That was a very important starting point for a development journey in terms of management. The second one is probably also a critical skill, and that is knowing how to communicate. And if we can't communicate in a professional and business-like way, then we are not going to level up to the role of manager. So we need to prepare ourselves in order to do that. Now, today we're going to be looking at the specific functions that develop our team. Okay, so if you see module 3, developing your team, that's why we call it developing your team. Okay, and again, like we have done for the last 2 modules, you would have a yellow book, you would have a red book, and you will have a blue book. Your yellow book is your portfolio of evidence. Everything in that yellow book needs to be completed. It is really your assessment to make sure that you are capable and competent in terms of that theory. So you will see all the unit standards listed, and you will also see all of the exercises that need to be done, completed, as well as your logbooks at the end of the process. Then you also have your red book. Your red book is your exercises. So again, any exercises that we do in class, anything that you put pen to paper, please make sure that that is part of your submission. It's not going to be assessed, but it does show the assessor that you have engaged in different ideas and that you have been exposed to different concepts. And so that's going to be the red book. And then the blue book is yours to keep forever. It is literally your textbook. It is your reference guide. It gives you all the theoretical and fundamental understanding on the unit standards that are going to be covered. Okay, everyone clear in terms of red, yellow, blue? Raisa, you will see that I think it goes POE is your yellow. Then it would say project pack would be your red. And then I think it goes LPP, LRP, which is learner reference pack, and that is going to be your blue. Okay, so if
Ryan,
you,
yes,
yes,
Ryan, I just want to say something. I see I've received my study material, developing your team, and then also the financial, non-financial manager.
perfect, great, because
So
that's
we're
the
going to be
next.
developing your team today, another financial one.
No, so
Okay.
I am going to give you lots of warning about the financial one because it is complex and I do need people to be in the class. So if
Okay, cool. So will the financial be one extense as the communication one, because the communication one was very intense? Will the financial one also be that intense?
that's correct, and it's going to be 3 days. But what we can do is in the class, if we are all engaged and working through it, we will get through about 85% of the portfolio in class so that I won't leave you with too much to do in between the phases. Okay. So, yeah, I will send out a warning to all the other learners. All right, so you've got your developing your team. We're going to be focusing on that for the next day and 2 days. And we will then look at finance for non-financial managers towards the end of the month. In fact, I think it's around about the second week. Yeah, so it's the 7th, 8th, and 9th of October, according to my
So, but
books.
Ryan, I just want to make sure with the
Mhm.
financials study material, I've only received a blue and a yellow book. There's no red book.
That's correct. So
Okay.
what all the red books are going to be integrated into the yellow book. So for that one, we only have 2. Okay, great. All right, so can you see on your screen a little PowerPoint?
Hmm?
Okay, perfect. So as long as we're all on the same page, now I'm going to take you through it. All right, so let's take a look at what we are going to be covering in module number 3. So here are the concepts. The first one is learning cycles and styles. Then we have team member roles. We have record keeping. We have induction. We have code of conduct. We have ethics and the moral compass. We have standard operating practices or standard operating procedures. We will have visual management. We will have how to do meetings. And the last thing is what is known as the Diner Team Development Tool. So I will introduce that to you up front so that you have an understanding of what a high functioning team needs to look like, and that we are moving towards that. And that's why we call it a developing your team module. Okay, so those are the concepts that we will cover. Now let's get the admin done up front. All right, so in your yellow book, okay, if you have the physical material, then your yellow book is this one, and we are just going to fill in all the details that we need to on the yellow book. That's right, Bradley. Thank you. So let's take a look. So on the cover, you will see details that have to be dealt with. So the first thing is the learner's name. Now that is your name. That should be an easy answer. So please remember to put in your name. Okay, then the next one is your manager or mentor's name. So this is anyone who is in your organization that will be able to sign off some of your projects. So if you have someone that you report into or someone who will mentor you through this process, please put in their name as the manager or mentor. All right, then we are going to write down participated on training. So we're going to use the project plan. So it's going to be the 2nd and 3rd of September. So 2 and 3 September. All right. And then I think for this one, the assessment guide, we're going to make the 6th of October. 6th of October. All right. So that is going to be the front cover. Now,
Sorry, Ryan, I say I've made a mistake now. Right in the dates in the mentor's name now. I don't want to. What must I do there now? Sorry, the disturbance here.
No, that's fine. What you can do is just cross it out.
Okay.
So did you put a person's name in there?
No, not yet. Not yet. So that's why I.
Oh, okay.
The participated date I wrote it there in the mentor's name now.
Oh,
That's actually what's
okay.
open.
All
Yeah.
right.
So can I cross that out?
Yes. Cross it out.
Okay.
You can just cross it out, and then what I always say is if you cross anything out, just initial next to it, so that the assessor knows that you did it and not anyone else. So yeah, that's the best way to do anything. Cross it out, initial next to it, and that just shows that we are human. Okay, perfect. Now, if you go to page number 2, you will see on page number 2 there is a learner and managers assessment checklist. So let me just show you on the screen what it looks like. Going to just use that one. So it will look like this. Again, at the end of the process, so let's say on the 5th of October, you're going to be ready to submit. All that you need to do is you need to go through this checklist just to make sure that you have covered everything that you need to. So did I sign the learner declaration? Did I fill in the formative scores? So if you remember all of those things, you're going to just go through the checklist and you tick what you have done. If there's anything that you have not done, go back to it, complete it, and then you can tick next to it. The progression of priorities, manager to sign off, I will deal with the managers and they will need to do that. Okay. So you don't have to stress about that. You can just keep on going through that. All right, then page number 3, you will see that there is a learner declaration. So the learner declaration is to say that I'm engaging with the concepts and I am prepared to be assessed based on what I have learned. So again, at the top, please put in your name. You are the learner. Then please make sure that you have someone who either you live with or work with that acts as your witness. So they put in their name there. You can use whichever date they sign on. So let's say you see them on Thursday, that'll be the 4th of September, 2025. Then at the bottom, as a witness, please ask your witness to sign, and then you must sign as the learner. Okay. All right. So in terms of that, that is what we will have to complete in terms of admin. And then again, from that point onwards, you will see a whole bunch of green pages. Those green pages are your admin or extra info about the process that you're about to undertake. You're welcome to read it or to scan through it. But let's take a look at what the next stage of this is. Okay, so here we go. If you please can go to your red book. Okay, so your red book, otherwise known as your project pack. So it's LPP for you, Raiza, who is on the electronic version. And I want you to go to the first assessment. So it says here, team assessment. Now we are going to skip out the team assessment and I want you to go to what is called the calculation sheet. So if you go to page, I think it's page 3 of that. So here we go. It goes page 3. There is induction, code of conduct, ethics, record keeping, meetings, adult learning, standard operating procedures, and team performance and goal setting. I just want to see if it's pre-populated in the hard copy. It is. Okay. It is pre-populated in the hard copy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you 5 minutes to look at those 8 concepts. And next to each concept, give me an indication of how strong you are in understanding the theoretical, fundamental, and the practical outcomes of those different concepts. So let's say you look at induction. Yes, I've been part of an induction, but I've never run an induction before. I might give myself a 6. Code of conduct. You know what? I deal with it all the time. I do disciplinary hearings. I'm going to give myself a 9 or a 10. Ethics. I believe I'm a really ethical person. I have seen unethical people, and so I know a little bit about the fundamentals. I'm going to give myself a 7. So you go through those different concepts, you rate yourself out of 10, and then I will show you how to benchmark. Okay, so you have 5 minutes to just rate yourself based on those different concepts. Okay, so what you are going to do now is you're going to add up all of your ratings. So let's say you had a 6 plus a 7 plus an 8 plus a 5 plus a 10. You're going to add them all up and you're going to get them out of 80. Then what you're going to do is you divide it by, so I think it's, let's say 8 times 6 is 48. So let's say you got 48. You take your 48, you divide it by 80. Okay. So you take your 48 divided by 80, and then you should times it by 100, and you will get a benchmark. Okay. So you take whatever the score is, divide it by 80 times by 100, and you will get a benchmark. And that benchmark then goes in on page number 3 under total next to percentage. Okay, so good. Now, for those who did it, anyone get a score under 50%? Okay,
No, Ryan.
okay. 60 to 70%?
Yes.
Okay, 60 to 70, 70 and above.
Mine is 93.75.
Wow, okay. 93.75. That's very specific. Okay, great. So we've got between 60 and 70, and we have got a 93. Now, benchmarks I always find interesting because I don't mind if you are at 100% or if you are 10%. It's what you believe. And lots of people are critical about themselves. A lot of people are very confident in their abilities. Whatever you are, that is absolutely fantastic. So 93 and between 60 and 70. Welcome, Akani. Okay, so that is the benchmarking. So what I want to really just do is whatever you do on this program, make sure that you are getting above the benchmark. That is your aim. That is what you're going to be working towards. Okay, now here we go. The next thing that we're going to do is we are going to reflect on our team and how good our team is. So if you go to your red book, I want you to please go to section number 12 in your red book. So let me bring that up over here. So section number 12 in our red book over here. Okay. So this is what they call the Dyna Team Development Tool. So this is really taking a look at how good are they at doing the fundamentals of a team process. Okay. So if you go to, let's say, step number 1, it says team has input on potential candidates. So when you have a team that is building and growing and being people are joining that team, how much input does your team have on potential candidates? If they have no say whatsoever, well, then obviously give it a 1. If they get a little bit of, you give them the CVs, you talk about the different candidates, and they say, "Ooh, this is a really good candidate," well, then maybe that's a 6. If they have full autonomy over choosing candidates, then obviously it's a 10. But it's going to be something between probably 3 and 7. There's a good chance your team will not have final say over the candidates. So you just mark them on my team has input on potential candidates. Then new members are inducted and socialized into the team. So when your team is being built and new people arrive, how good are your team at inducting and socializing? So socializing means welcoming them in, making them feel at home. How good are they at doing that? So give them a rating from 1 being poor up to 10 that they are brilliant. Then team members live out the code of conduct. So if you're constantly in disciplinary warnings for your team, it's going to be low. If they are really good at observing the ethics and morals of your team, it's going to be high. So you just go through all the different statements, all 8 statements, and you rate your team according to how good they are at those specific things. Okay, so that's going to be your process. Again, I will give you 6 minutes to take a look at the different statements and then to rate them. The thing that you do then is that you connect the dots. So if it's an 8 over here and a 9 over there, you're going to connect 8 to 9. Obviously, the more space that it takes up, the better your team. The less space that it takes up, obviously, your team needs a lot of work to be done. Okay, so your 6 minutes to rate your team based on those criteria starts now.
All right, must we draw or connect the dots, or must we just write from maybe 1 to 10 or 7? Must we draw in the circle? Uh,
Okay. There's no real wrong, a right or wrong way to do it, but it is what we call a radial graph. So what you normally do is you circle the rating and then you connect the circles. So, but if you've done it with a cross, if you just go from point to point, ultimately it's going to be correct. All right. So we've had 6 minutes to complete our radial graph. Now, for those of you who have completed it, do you believe that your team is doing well in terms of those elements, or is there a lot of growth that has to happen? So maybe Bradley, what do you feel?
Ryan, my team there's a balance, I must say, if I look at the numbers and how I circled it. So there's a balance in my team, but also room for growth.
Right. Okay. So they are growing, but they are definitely not there yet.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Anyone else do the process? Okay. All right. So again, it is a visual tool to be able to work out how my team is doing. And we are going to look at visual management. Just remember that this generation of workforce need visuals. They need scoreboards. They need feedback in terms of being able to work out, are they on the right track? Are they not on the right track? And graphs are fantastic to be able to do that. Infographics are fantastic to be able to do that. So use graphs, use infographics, use visuals, because they need to be stimulated to know if they are monitoring the correct things and they're being measured according to the correct calculations. Okay, so that is a radial graph. All right, so the next thing that we are going to do is we are going to go into code of conduct. So the first thing that I would want you to do, again, in your blue book, this is your blue book, and that is, there we go, absolutely correct. It is section number 3, and it is called the Code of Conduct. Section number 3, the Code of Conduct. Now, at the end, you will also see there is a checklist to see what is included in your code of conduct. So if you have been exposed to your code of conduct, what I want you to do is to go through it and just see which elements are actually covered in your code of conduct. So you're going to read it. So it's 3 pages. And then I want you to just scan quickly through the checklist at the back. So let me just bring that up just so that you have and a good idea of what is going on here. Learner reference. Okay, so here's code of conduct. It is section number 3. And you will see at the end is a code of conduct checklist. If you have been exposed to your code of conduct and you read through those different elements, which of those elements are covered by your code of conduct? Okay, so I'm going to give you guys 8 minutes to have a read, and then just a couple minutes more just to tick off what you believe has been covered by your code of conduct.
Hi, Ryan. Ooh, I don't know, is it on my side or, but I can't hear you.
Okay, no, sorry, that's my fault. Okay, Raisa, sorry. Can you hear me
Ryan,
now? Can't hear me.
yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, okay. Is it a question or is it just to tell me that I come in and out?
No, because I can't hear you, so I never heard what you were explaining now.
Oh, okay. All right. So you can hear me now? So
Yes,
it's
I can hear you now.
okay, great. So it's the learner reference manual. So if you got the electronic guide, it's the LRM. And I just want you to read through section number 3.
Section number 3. Okay.
And it's just called the Code of Conduct. So it's 3 pages. And then at the end of those 3 pages, there's a Code of Conduct checklist. And so if you've read your Code of Conduct, what I want you to do is just to tick the areas that are covered by your Code of Conduct. Some will be, and some won't be covered by your Code of Conduct. But just to take a read through and just go, yeah, I think that's covered. I think that's covered. Some of the things might not be covered, but that's absolutely fine. So I'm going to give you guys 8 minutes to read and to just fill in that checklist according to your knowledge.
Ryan, I just want to know, do you want us at the code of conduct checklist? Do you want us to tick it off there?
Yeah. So if you take a look at it and you go, I'm not too sure if our code of conduct covers respect, so I'm not going to put that in, but I definitely do know that it covers honesty. Then I'm going to tick that. So you just read through the concepts and go, I think that's in our code of conduct. Like for instance, element number 17 is fun. I don't know how many companies would have fun as part of their code of conduct. So I would skip that
Okay.
one out. So
Okay.
yeah,
Cool.
you just tick according to what you think.
Okay.
Okay, so that was the code of conduct, and looking at your own code of conduct or being familiar with your own code of conduct, you've taken a look at what it might cover. As I said, certain things it definitely does cover, things like following of rules and regulations. I'm pretty sure there is a safety policy, timekeeping in terms of coming to work on time. But there's other things that might not always be covered, and those are things like transparency. So, what does transparency look like? We need to expand on that. Meeting guidelines, we might not have complete clarity in terms of what our meeting guidelines look like, and things like fun, which some companies promote, other companies are very much, we don't have fun. And so that's every company's code of conduct does look slightly different. Okay, so that is your code of conduct and familiarizing with what a code of conduct does. It really just reinforces the behavior that is expected within the workplace, also shows deviations from the behavior and what could be the repercussions should we deviate from the expected behavior. Now, based on what you know, we are going to do a test. So in your red books, the last page in your red books is a value test on ethics and the code of conduct. I will bring it up on the screen just so that those who don't have the color books, you guys can take a look at what it looks like. Sorry, LPP. Okay. There we go. Okay, so what you'll see on the last page, on the last green page, are 5 questions. And if you can just fill in what you think the correct answer is, I will give you 5 minutes and then we will work through it together so that we are clear in terms of what the code of conduct and ethics look like, especially within a workplace. Okay, so ladies and gents, we're going to answer those questions. You get 20% per correct answer because there are 5. And because there are 5 and you want to get 100%, each of the answers are 20. So, question number 1. Ethics and morality. A are different for everyone. B, there are some common areas which may be considered good ethics no matter who you are. Or C, all of the above. Anyone want to attempt what they think is right for question 1? Okay, so the correct one is C. C is different for everybody. And there are common areas which may be considered good ethics no matter who you are. So if you hurt people, well, that's not good ethics. And so that's a common area that everyone can agree on. But there are some elements that are going to be different for different cultures, different people, different age groups, different generations. All of that would be different. So C is the most correct answer. Question number
Brian, are
2.
we still at,
Yes.
sorry, it's adult learning, eh? It was
Oh,
question
no,
number
no,
1.
no. Code of conduct and
So
ethics.
where are we?
So,
Oh, MR.
oh, hat. Okay. So is it the last page of your red book? Just take a look.
Oh, sorry, I was in a total wrong. Sorry. Operations, I'm a little bit
No, 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 that's
distracted
fine.
with our. Okay.
Okay. So you've got code of conduct and ethics, eh?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So the correct answer for question number 1 is C, and that is all of the above. So that is question 1. Question number 2 says good ethics and ethical guidelines are A, based on what is right and fair, also what is socially acceptable. B, can be found in our South African Constitution and are a set of guidelines and basic moral laws or moral codes which govern living in society. C, are decided by our law courts and enforced by structures such as SAPS, the anti-corruption commissions, and whistleblowing. Well, the most correct answer is B. So good ethics and ethical guidelines can be found in the South African Constitution or a set of guidelines and moral codes which govern living in society. Then question number 3. The basic human moral code includes things such as A, doing no harm, truthfulness, honoring agreements, integrity, personal responsibility for one's actions and their results, and a right to self-determination. B, integrity, morality, attending church or mosque regularly, honesty, sticking to the letter of the law and never getting into trouble. And C, being true to your own values regardless of others' beliefs or behaviors, and doing the things for the greater good, even if it means that people may be harmed in the process. Now, that should give a red flag, because if you are doing something that harms people in the long run, then we should not be doing it. Sticking to the letter of the law and never getting into trouble. Now, are some laws actually unjust or unfair?
Yes.
And so if we only stick to the laws, we are maybe going to be unethical. So that's why the most correct answer is A. We all agree on we must do no harm, we need to be truthful, we need to honor agreements, integrity, personal responsibility for your actions and their results, and that we have a right to self-determination. So that is A. Question number 4. A workplace code of conduct is useful because A, it provides a clear set of guidelines and rules which can be used during a disciplinary and industrial relations conflicts. B, it provides a clear set of guidelines as to what workplace behavior is acceptable and what is not. C, it gives ground rules for moral behavior, which is still open to individual interpretation based on your own set of values and beliefs. Now, that last one, is your code of conduct open to interpretation? Should it be?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely right.
Okay, but if we say no stealing, and someone says, oh, my interpretation of stealing is taking something home. Meanwhile, they've stolen a design and they've given it to competition. It can't be open to interpretation.
No, not at all.
So, not at all. Now, what B does for us, B says it's a clear set of guidelines as to what workplace behavior is acceptable and what is not.
What is not.
And that is probably the most correct in terms of the answers. Then the last one, question number 5. A workplace code of conduct should cover at the minimum the basic human rights in the Chapter 2 Constitution and should be readily available for all employees to read as needed. Can be decided by upper management based on the company culture and the way that we need to do things around here. Is just a policy that we need to show the auditors when they do the annual check. Now, is it a policy that we just have to show to the auditors? Now, if it is just for show and people don't abide by it, it's obviously not a very good code of conduct. Also, should upper management base it on the company culture? Because what do upper management want? They want productivity, they want profits, they want more money, and could they bend the morals and ethics based on what they want out of the business? Okay,
Absolutely, they can.
so that's dangerous. So the most correct is A, should cover at the minimum the basic human rights as enshrined in Chapter 2 of our Constitution and be readily available for all employees to read as needed. So that would be question 5A. All right, so if you add up all your correct answers, you times the amount of correct answers by 20, you will have a percentage for that specific value test. Okay, so did anyone score 60 or above? Raisa?
So I'm a little bit lost there. I've just
Hmm?
circled A, B, C, and D. I haven't worked out
Me,
now with numbers.
me
Okay,
too, Ryan.
okay. So if you, oh, okay. So don't stress about it as long as you have then circled the correct answer.
Mhm.
That's fine. So I'm happy. Don't need to score it for now. When we get to the next test, we will score the next test. Okay. All right. So that is the value test. We've taken a look at the code of conduct and some little things on ethics. Now we're going to read section number 4 in our blue book that's going to give us very clear indications of what morals and ethics look like, especially in a South African context. So if you go to your blue book, section number 4, you will find a whole lot of information on morals and ethics. I'm going to take it step by step. So you'll see if you go behind section 4, there will be okay. So there are going to be 3 sections to section number 4. I want to just start with the first one. Okay. So section number 4, it says morality, ethics, and the moral compass. So I'm going to give you 6 minutes to read that. And then I'm going to just scan through some of the other elements that are on the other sections of that part, and then we will go into our portfolio of evidence. Okay, so 6 minutes just to read the introduction that says morality, ethics, and the moral compass behind section number 4 in your blue books. Okay, so we've just read about morals and ethics in section number 4. I want to highlight some of the most important things that will come up in the next couple of areas, and I'm just going to be glancing over it rather than going in depth with it. So the moral code, and I want us to know exactly where this is. It's on page number 3 of section 4. Here are the most fundamental morals that we as human beings can have. So the first one is do no harm. If we do harm, well, then we are not being ethical. Accept responsibility for personal actions and the consequences of these actions. So if I drive drunk, I need to be responsible for the actions that I have taken and for any damages that I have created. So that's what morals and ethics are supposed to do. I'm supposed to accept a duty of care. So if I walk past someone who is having a seizure, I should not just be able to walk past them. I should definitely go and look for them and make sure that they are taken care of. So that is my job as a human being. I need to affirm the individual's right to self-determination. Now, there used to be a time in this country where people who were born on farms used to almost be slaves. And they couldn't leave the farm, they couldn't go and find other jobs, they weren't educated, and therefore they could not have self-determination. And so we need to be aware of that, and we need to make sure that people do have the options and choices of what they want to do in life. We must always put the truth first. So we mustn't lie. We must always be looking for the truth, and that's very important for us as human beings to tell the truth. Never use a person as a merely unconsenting means to an end, even if the end benefits others. So I give blood, and I believe that giving blood is very important because it can help to save lives. But I can't just take anyone else's blood without asking them, even though that will save lives. So we need to make sure that everyone consents to the things that are being done, so that even if it benefits society, that no one is being abused in the process. Then be honest. It's the same thing as putting the truth first. We need to say what we believe. We need to say what we have seen, and we need to not try and manipulate it or to hide behind it. We have to be honest. Then honor agreements. If I've promised to pay you 500 Rand for your phone, then if I've done that and we've shaken hands and we've agreed to it, then I need to follow through and honor my agreement. The same thing happens with conducting relationships with integrity. I need to do what I say and say what I do. That's integrity, is living in the way that is almost in the truth. And then also a very important one is leave a positive legacy for future generations. Now, yes, we can pollute the waters, we can release toxic chemicals into the air, but at the end of the day, what we leave for future generations is going to be very poor in terms of climate change, in terms of broken wildlife, and we have a responsibility to the generation that comes after us. So these are what we call the elemental or foundational moral codes. So we need to all subscribe to it, and we need to live according to the moral code. Okay, so that is the moral code in essence. Now, what you'll find in the next sections of section 4 is examples of organizational code of conduct violations. So based on the moral code, we will have put certain things in terms of the code of conduct. So the code of conduct, we need to ensure that no one works unsafely because we have a duty of care. We need to make sure that people are honest, because if they're dishonest about their work, it creates problems, and it could also be negligence, and it can lead to liability. We need to make sure that no one conducts himself violently, because that is do no harm. We need to make sure that people don't do that. With theft, things like living with integrity, That's not acceptable. So all of these things that they list are things that violate the moral code, and it's unacceptable behavior within the workplace. And so when you have time, you can read through that. But a little bit later, we're going to go into Chapter 2 of the Constitution of South Africa, the Bill of Rights, and I will get into that a little bit later. And it talks about what is enshrined in our Constitution in terms of the rights of each individual within our country. And we'll take a look at that, and that's going to be part of our portfolio. But before we get to that, I'm going to ask you to do a little exercise in your red book. So in your red book, under section 7, there is something called the moral compass. And I want you to do the test in section 7 and plot yourself on the moral compass. So let's take a look quickly at where we will find this exercise. So it's known as the LPP. It's going to be in section number 7, and there are some questions. So section 7, there are some questions that we need to answer. So for instance, over here is an example about competition. What we should teach our children that it is better, A, to cooperate rather than compete, to cooperate mostly and compete sometimes, to compete mostly and cooperate sometimes, to rather compete than cooperate. Now this person has circled number 1 because they believe that children should be taught to cooperate rather than compete. And so this person circled number 1. What I want you to do is to go through all of these questions. You will see that there are 5 questions, okay, for the x-axis. And then there are also 5 questions for the y-axis. Now read the statement and then go, okay, my feeling. So there's no wrong or right. It's my feeling as to that specific statement is this. And then you circle what you believe is most connected to your outlook on life. So you would circle all of that. Okay, so there are 5 places where you need a circle. Then at the end of circling 5 places, you're going to add it up and you're going to put your score in over there. Then you're going to do the next 5 and you add them up and you put it over there. Then what we're going to do is we're going to plot you on the moral compass. And I'll show you how to do that once you have completed the tests. So section number 7 in your red book, page number 1, question 1 to 5, add it up. Question number 1 to 5 on the y-axis, add it up. And then we'll come back and we will plot ourselves on the moral compass. Okay, so I'm going to give you 8 minutes to do that exercise.
Ryan,
Riza.
Bradley just asked if you can rejoin him because he don't know, he just got cut off.
Oh, okay. Okay, it doesn't seem to. Okay, let's see. I've requested to join. Let's see if it works. Bradley, welcome.
Hi, Ryan. Sorry, I've missed out. I was busy reading and then I needed to just sort out something here.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay, let me quickly bring you back into the discussion. So in your red book, section number 7. Okay, are you there with me?
Let me just quick. Yes, section number 7.
Mm-hmm.
The
You will
moral
see.
compass.
There we go. The moral compass. So what you're going to do is you're going to read so there's 5 questions for the x-axis, and then there's going to be 5 questions for the y-axis. And you're going to read the statement at the top, and then you're going to read all the potential options. And you're going to say, this one speaks to me. So, for instance, this person says about competition, we should teach children that it is better, A, to cooperate rather than compete, to cooperate mostly and compete sometimes, to compete mostly and cooperate sometimes, and to compete rather than cooperate. And they circled the one that said to cooperate rather than compete. So for them, that was their world outlook. So what you're going to do is you're going to read all the questions. You are going to circle what you feel is the most correct for you. Then at the end of the first 5 questions, it says score x-axis. So you add up all of your scores. So 1 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1 plus 4. You're going to put it in over there. Then you're going to do the same process for the next 5, which is the y-axis. So based on that, you're going to circle, and then you're going to add them all up, and you are going to put them in under the score for the y-axis. Once we've done that, I'm going to plot you on the moral compass, and then we're going to see how you guys are, where you guys lie in terms of your outlook. Okay, so you have 8 minutes to complete those 10 questions.
Thank you, Ryan.
You're welcome.
Hi, Ryan. Sorry. Must we only choose one from the ABC? Um,
Yeah.
what is the correct? Okay.
Yes. So just one, the one that stands out most for your in your mindset, in your framework. 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go. Okay, so let's see if anyone has got two sets of scores. Two sets of scores. Okay. All right, Bradley, have you been able to score yourself yet? No, not yet.
No, not yet, Ryan. Sorry, not yet.
Okay, how long do you think you need? 2 minutes.
Uh, yeah, give me 2 minutes quickly.
Okay, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, Ryan, must we calculate it or you will guide us through the next?
Okay, let me guide you through the next one. All
Okay.
right, so if you take a look at all of your scores from question 1, so it says x-axis. Okay, you can see where that word is. What I want you to do is to add up the scores from your first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions. So you add those up and you put them in this block, which says score x-axis cooperation versus coercion. So have you got a score there, Bradley?
Yes, I'm putting it in now. Okay.
Okay. All right. Then what you're going to do next is you're going to look at the y-axis and you are going to add up those 5 and you are going to put it in over there. So under score x-axis and sorry, score y-axis, you're going to add up the next 5 questions and you're going to put your score in there.
Okay, my score is in there now.
Okay, now what we can do is we can score you on the moral compass. Okay, so what is your score for I just want to quickly do this. Others, why are they giving me that? Okay, so traditional moralist is cooperate and concern for others. So concern for others must be here. Okay, all right. So what was your score for the x-axis?
9.
9. Okay, so you would be here. All right, now what is your for the y-axis?
Also a 9.
Also a 9. Okay, so it's exactly here. Okay, so you are here. Okay. Raisa, did you also do it? Okay. So let me just show you how this whole thing works. Now, a
Is I also make a cross
traditional,
there, Ryan, or is it just for your to
yeah,
make the
so no, you can put a cross there. That's your score as well. So you can put your cross there. If anyone else did it, you just go, okay, so x-axis is the one that goes across. So if you scored an 11 and a 12, then you would go 11 across, 12 down, and you would give yourself a cross there. Now, let me tell you what each of the brackets look like. So, a traditional moralist, you know that old auntie that lives in your community that feeds everyone. And at the end of the month, she has no money for herself, but she looks after everyone.
yeah, we still have those kind of aunties in the communities.
There we go. So she's known as a traditional moralist. The person that believes in the greater good, looks after everyone, and believes we need to do it by ourselves. Now, a realist is like the economies in Sweden and Norway and Finland. What they do is they have very, very high taxes. And the taxes are there to look after everyone. So they have free schooling, free hospitals, free looking after of disabled people. All of that is paid for by the taxes. They don't trust you to do it by yourself. The government has to put in processes and policies so that we look after other people. So they are known as realists. Then we have people who are called anarchists. So what anarchists believe is that the government must create a situation where everyone who is rich is protected, everyone who, and unfortunately this is what it is, everyone who is white and male and heterosexual is protected. And so these are what we call the anarchists. They only look after themselves and no one else. So their self-interest is for themselves, but they believe that government needs to put in protections to look after people. But the people that they want looked after is people that look like themselves, think like themselves. So remember, we had a situation a couple of months ago where we had Afrikaans farmers that were protected by Donald Trump. These are what we call anarchists. But we also have consumerists and materialists. They care about themselves and themselves only, but they don't want government to interfere. So you guys know influencers on TikTok and social media, hey? So these guys, do they give away money or do they often try and just make themselves look good?
They try to make themselves look good because the other thing now that came out, Ryan, is that SARS is looking into tax the influences now on social
Exactly.
media.
Okay, so you're exactly right. And this is my example that I was going to use. So very good, Bradley. We are on the same wavelength. So they want to look after themselves. They want to make money. They want to drive a Maserati. They want to, have the latest fashion brands. But government must not interfere. Every man for themselves. And so we call them consumerists and materialists because government must stick away from me. But government are saying, everyone else pays tax. Why aren't you paying tax? And so they're trying to pull them back into the traditional moralist. Now, the truth is that most people are here. Most people are in the middle. So we will cooperate with other people, but we also need to push ourselves so that we are better than other people. So we call that competition versus cooperation. We need to cooperate at certain times, but we also need to push ourselves at certain times, and we need to find a balance. The other thing is that we need to have concern for others, but at the same time, we also need to look after ourselves. Which, if you've ever been on an aeroplane, the thing that they tell you is please put on your breathing mask before you help others, because you can't help anyone if you're not helping yourself. And so normally we need to be in the middle. We need to find that balance. So for you, Bradley, you're very close to the middle. So you have quite a bit of that balance. But if someone was here, like that auntie that looks after everyone, we need to try and help her to also look after herself. The same thing as the realists. You can't tax everyone everything. Now, the harder I work, the more tax I pay. I'm going to start not working hard at all. So they're going to be dragged back here. Anarchists, we need to stop protecting those who are already protected, and we need to drag them back to the middle. And consumerists and materialists who do everything and avoid tax in order to look after only themselves, we also need to drag them more towards the middle. Okay, so that is what they call the moral compass. Any questions about it, or is it quite easy to understand?
It's not really easy to understand, Ryan, but it's very interesting in how you actually brought it for us or broke it for us now up in terms
Okay.
of that in actually that we can find a balance, because you do find it in the working space that people have their own interest and they just want to push their own thing. But it's important to bring a balance with all the four, let's say, quadrant
Yeah.
subjects that you've just mentioned now.
Absolutely. And as you say, it's, we got to be careful about certain people that drag us out of the center and into some kind of weird and wonderful place. But people do naturally rotate into different areas of the moral space based on their upbringing, based on society, based on trauma that they might have had. There's a whole bunch of reasons for why people might be in certain space of the moral compass. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, you have worked really hard. We've looked at different concepts, we've looked at ethics, we've looked at code of conduct. When we come back from the break, we're going to do some work in our portfolio of evidence. But until then, I am going to break for tea. If we could please be back at 10:50. So that is 10
Okay.
to 11. And we'll see you back
Okay.
here. Thank you
Okay.
very
Thank you,
much.
Ryan. Jose, enjoy the break. So,
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue. So we've been looking at morals, ethics, moral compasses, codes of conduct. I just want to take you through chapter chapter 2 of South African Constitution, and that looks at the Bill of Rights. So let's take a look at that. It's in your reference material, which is your blue book, and it is still under section 4, but ultimately it is behind some dividers. So you will see that it started with an overview of morals and ethics, then it moved into infringements of the code of conduct, and then the next section is chapter 2 of the Constitution of South Africa, the Bill of Rights. Now, to start off with, we need to understand what the Bill of Rights is all about. So back in the dark days of South Africa, only certain people in this country had rights. Other people's rights were limited because of the color of their skin, their ethnicity, or their culture. And so the idea of the South African Constitution was to protect everyone's rights and to make sure that those rights were explicitly put down in writing in our Constitution. So it says here, the Bill of Rights is the cornerstone of democracy in South Africa. It enshrines the rights of all people in our country and affirms the democratic values of human dignity, equality, and freedom. The state must respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the rights in the Bill of Rights. So let's take a look at some of the rights that each citizen has. The first one is the right to equality. So obviously that was a big thing that we needed to redress. And so we needed to make sure that each person in this country is seen as equal. And you have equal protection and equal benefit of the law. So that is one of our human rights. Then also human dignity. So everyone has to be treated with dignity, has to be uplifted, and therefore each person's human dignity is a right. Then you also have the right to life. Now, again, in the dark days, what we had was the death penalty, and the death penalty could have been imposed by a magistrate against a convicted person. Nowadays, we believe in the right to life, that everyone has the right to life. No one has the right to kill. So everyone has the right to life, freedom and security of the person, and then we need to be free of things like torture, free of things like any kind of violence, any kind of cruel, inhuman, or degrading way of being treated. So all of those things have to be protected. Then everyone has the right to bodily and psychological integrity. So that means that we need to be able to make decisions over our reproduction. So people in this country can buy birth control because it is not it is something that is protected by the rights of our country. No one may be kept in slavery, servitude, or forced labor. Everyone has the right to privacy. Okay, so people can't just walk onto your property and come and look for things. They have to have a warrant or a cause to come onto your property. Everyone has the right to the freedom of religion, belief, and opinion. Everyone has the right of expression. Okay, so I can say anything. The problem being is that if I say something that might incite people to hurt another group of people, that is known as hate speech. So I have the right to expression, but I do not have the right to incite violence or to incite hate. Then I have the right to assembly, demonstration, picket, and petition. So again, in this country, there were many times where unions were banned, but thankfully now we have unions, and those unions have the right to assemble, demonstrate, picket, and petition, but it has to follow the right structure or the right system. Otherwise, it can be unlawful. Then you have the right of association. So you can gather and you can meet with whoever you want to. You have the right to meet. You have political rights. You have the right to form a political party. You have the right to promote that political party. You have the right to vote. All of those political rights are enshrined. You have the right to citizenship. So no one can come and just take away your South African passport. You are a citizen of this country, therefore you have the right to have a passport. Then the freedom to movement and residence. Now, again, many years ago, you used to have a pass in order to go into certain areas of our country. We are no longer in that period. Therefore, you have the freedom of movement, the freedom to live where you want to, and that has to be enshrined. The freedom of trade, occupation, and profession. So you do not, just because your father was a fisherman, doesn't mean that you have to be forced to be a fisherman. You have the right to choices and to make those choices in terms of what you want to become and what you want to do for a living. Also, we have labor relations and we have labor rights, and those are normally looked at the basic conditions of employment or in the Labor Relations Act. The environment, we need to make sure that the environment is looked after in order to not create harm for anyone. So we need to protect the environment. We also have to protect property rights. So if you own property, no one can come and take it away from you, or no one can come and put their own home on your property. So we need to make sure that that is protected. Then the right to housing. Now, this is something that's quite contentious because there is a right to housing, and every person in this country should have a home. The problem being is that the government does not have resources to build everyone a home. And so we need to be pushing government in order to building housing and dignified housing at that. Then the right to healthcare, food, water, and social security. So those are things that government have to give us. It is the right of all people. And then children also have certain protected rights, things like the right to a nationality, the right to have care, the right to basic nutrition, shelter, health services, the right to be protected from any kind of maltreatment. All of those kinds of things are there. The right to education. So every young person in this country has the right to education, and we have to make sure that every person gets that education. We have the right to language and culture. So we have 11 official languages in this country. We need to make sure that those different cultures are protected. So culture, religious, and linguistic communities, access to information, just administrative action. So that's things like if someone borrows money from you, you have the right to find help from the police or the courts. Access to courts, arrested, detained, and accused people, even they have rights. And then there is a limitation of rights. Okay. Now, if my right to something infringes on your rights, then we need to have a discussion and we need to take it to constitutional court to protect people against the abuse of rights. And so we always believe that with every right you have been given, you also have a responsibility. So if I have the right to health and I have the right to visit a clinic and they give me medication in order to deal with my chronic diseases, I have the responsibility to take that medicine. And if I don't take that medicine, then they cannot be held responsible. So with every right that we get, we also have a responsibility. Okay, so those are the bills of rights and what rights are protected by the South African Constitution. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start working in our portfolio of evidence. Remember, our portfolio of evidence is our yellow books. It is also, if you have an electronic guide, it will be known as a POE or portfolio of evidence. And we are going to start working on it from page number. So let's get through all the green pages. We'll start with question number 1, which is going to be on page number 42. Page number 42. Okay, everyone with me on page number 42 of your yellow books, also known as your POE, which might be your electronic version. Okay, great. So question number 1 says, what are the components of the moral compass? So have we just done the moral compass? I think we have. So let's take a look at what the moral compass says. Remember, it has 2 sets of components: concern for others, concern for self, competition versus cooperation. So those are the elements of the moral compass. So all that you need to do is list it. We have concern for others, we have concern for self, we have competition, and we have cooperation. Those are the 4 pointers, or the 4 directions of the moral compass. So question number 1, you just need to list those different elements of the moral compass. All right, so I'll give you 2 minutes to write down the different elements that you see that will be used in your moral compass. Okay, so those are the 4 elements that need to be listed for question 1. Now, question number 2 is going to be quite personal in terms of your people that you work with. So what I want you to do is to write down at least 3 people that you work with. Okay, so I'm going to write down Peter, Mary, and John. So 3 people that you work with. I want you to write those on the left-hand column. So I'm saying Peter, Mary, and John. Now, the next thing that I have to do is I have to go, what is their position on the moral compass? So let me go here and I'm going to look at the moral compass, and we've got traditional moralists, we have got realists, we have anarchists, and we have consumerist and materialist. Okay, now let me show you how we're going to do this. So I've got Peter. And now what Peter does is he comes late every single day and he doesn't share information. So if I have a guy that is breaking the rules for his own self-benefit and not sharing information, only concerned about himself, where is he going to be on the spectrum? So he's got a high concern for self. Yes? Say that, Brad?
So yeah, so he's going to be is it anarchist?
Okay, so for him, because it's going to be a concern for self and he does not cooperate, he wants to compete. He's going to be here. So he's going to be quadrant 3. He's going to be a consumerist or materialist. So that's going to be how he works. So I'm going to make him a consumerist or materialist. And 2 observable behaviors is that he comes late, he doesn't care about the team, and he doesn't share information with the team. That makes him a consumerist or materialist because they're concerned about themselves and they compete against others. So that's what I'm going to say about Peter. Now, I also have Mary. Now, Mary is the one who brings her lunch to work and she shares it with everyone in the team. She also works overtime with no pay. Where do you think she's going to be?
She's going to be there by the traditional moralist.
Okay,
What's
so she's
1?
There we go. So she has a concern for others and she's always cooperating to help. So she's a traditional moralist. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to go Mary. What is her position? She's a traditional moralist. What are the 2 observable behaviors? She always shares her lunch and she goes the extra mile without needing recognition or without being compensated. That's why Mary is a traditional moralist. She's all about others and she's about cooperation. That's what is important to her.
So, sorry,
Now,
Ryan, what did you
yes,
say there by the consumerist or materialist
materialist.
person? That
Yeah.
list 2 observable behaviors.
Okay, so for me,
The
it
first
was
one?
that they come late, they don't care about the team, they don't share
Mhm.
information with the team, so they are very much all for themselves and they compete against other people instead of working with people. So any 2 of those kinds of things. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I had my Peter, I had my Mary, and I have a Richard. Now I have a Richard, and he is a manager. Now, what he constantly does is he changes the rules or the policies of the company to help himself. So, he has changed working conditions. So, because he lives far away, so now he's put everyone onto flexi time instead of actually working the normal work hours. So, he's using the rules to try and force everyone into a position where he is protected. So, where would he fit in?
Quadrant 4.
There we go. So there's the anarchist. There's the one that changes the rules to try and suit themselves. So for me, Richard is there. His position on the moral compass is that he is an anarchist. And the reason I do that is because he changes the rules to suit himself. He has protected his position by changing policies or processes. He is only concerned for himself and he uses the cooperation, which is sort of the government, to try and protect himself. Okay. So there we go. We've got 3 different people. They've got 3 different positions in the compass. This is why we've put them there. Now, for you, you need to obviously use names that of people that you work with and where they are and what they do. Okay. So that is question number 2. Now, question number 3 is explain the link between ethics and our constitution, and we need to mention at least 3 links. So we've looked at the Bill of Rights and we have looked at ethical principles, but let's go to some ethical principles to just remind ourselves of what the ethical principles are. Here we go. So remember, it's do no harm, accept responsibilities for personal actions, accept a duty of care, affirm the individual's right to self-determination, put the truth first, never use a person as an unconsenting means to an end, be honest, honor agreements, conduct relationships with integrity, and leave a positive legacy for future generations. Now, for each of these, there is a right in the Constitution that protects the moral code. So let's go to the Constitution, and we see that we have the right to equality, the right to human dignity, the right to life, the right to not be enslaved, the right to privacy, the right to religion, the right to freedom of expression, the right of citizenship. There was also labor relations, environment. Okay, now this one I want us to just be aware of. Right to property, the right to housing, all those kinds of things. Right to education, language and culture, access to information, and then also just administrative action. So remember I said if you lend people money, there needs to also be recourse. So how do you get your money back if they refuse to pay you? And you also have access to the courts in order to be able to do that. So let's take a look here. The South African Constitution says, and this supports the ethical principle of. So, what is one of the first rights that we have? Any right that you can think of? Okay, so the first one that we have is the right to life. Okay, South African Constitution says that we have the right to life. Now, that supports the ethical principle of, let's take a look. The right to life would probably speak to probably do no harm or to accept a duty of care. So either one of those. On the left-hand side, we put the right to life, and on the right-hand side, we can decide which ethical principle speaks to that. So right to life, either we can say do no harm or accept a duty of care. Then the South African Constitution says that we need to protect the environment. Can you remember seeing that? Okay, now, which ethical principle does it also then affect? Now, if we look after the environment, firstly, it's also a duty of care. It might be conduct relationships with integrity, but very much it's also leave a positive legacy for future generations. So if I mess up the environment, there will be nothing left for the future generations. So that also speaks very clearly to that specific part of the Bill of Rights. All right. So right, as Constitution says, we need to protect the environment. It supports the ethical principle of either do no harm, or to honor agreements, or to live with integrity, or to leave future generations with something positive. Then we have the South African Constitution says we have the right to legal recourse, or we have the right to access to the courts, or we have the right to administrative action. Okay, so that's what it says. Now, what does that protect? So if we can go to the courts, if we can get the police to help us when people have been unethical, then it protects a couple of things. It protects putting the truth first. It protects being honest. It protects honoring of agreement. It protects conducting relationships with integrity. It also protects accepting responsibility for personal actions and the consequences of these actions. So as I said, if someone is driving drunk, we need to make sure that there is someone that is protecting our rights and holding someone responsible for personal actions. So what we would do there is, again, we go to the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights says you have the right to administrative action, just administrative action, and access to the courts. And that would then protect those different moral imperatives or moral foundations which are there. Okay. The last one that I want to look at is we have the right to education. Okay, so over here on your left-hand side, you have the right to education. Now, what does that protect? If someone has been educated, what moral thing does that protect? Okay, now it's an interesting one because if I am educated, I have choices, I have options, and so I have the right to self-determination. And so if I'm educated, I have the right to self-determination. Also, if I'm educated, it means that I'm not just going to be a manual laborer because that's what I've been set up for. So it also says that we cannot use a person as an unconsenting means to an end, even if the end benefits others. Like it would make sense that someone that grew up on a farm would continuously be a farmer. But the truth is, even though it benefits others, we need to give them the opportunity to choose self-determination. So right to education would affirm the individual's right to determination. Also make sure that no one is an unconsenting means to an end. So that is what it's going to protect. Okay, so if we have three or four, then I'm very happy that you have answered the question. But you can take any right that we have in the Constitution and link it to any moral imperative. Okay. So that then answers question number 3. Now we're going to go to question number 4. All right, so what rights and responsibilities do you have as an individual, and does society have as a whole, based on some basic ethical principles? Mention at least 3 principles. Okay, so again, we're going to go to the moral principles. So do no harm, accept responsibility for your personal actions and their consequences, accept a duty of care, affirm the individual's right to self-determination, put the truth first, never use a person as an unconsenting means to an end, even if the end benefits others, be honest, honor agreements, conduct relationships with integrity, leave a positive legacy to future generations. So let's choose one. Which one do you guys want to choose? All right, so let's go be honest. So the ethical principle is be honest. Okay. So your rights and responsibilities. So if I expect, so be honest, my rights, so should people be honest to me? Do I have that right?
Absolutely, Ryan.
Okay. So the right is that people must be honest with me. That is my right. People must be honest with me. But what is my responsibility if I believe that is my right?
My responsibility is to believe um, the other person.
Okay. So one of my responsibilities is to believe what the person has told me. But flip
Correct.
side, I also have to be honest with others. So I can't expect them to be honest with me and I'm not going to be honest with them. But as you say, also, then if they're honest with me, then I need to believe that what they say is true. Okay, so my right is that others need to be honest with me. My responsibility is either to trust them and to believe them, or it is also to be honest with the others around me. Now, an interesting one is group and society's rights and responsibilities. So, if I expect people to be honest, society puts what in place to protect those rights? So, if someone is dishonest, what happens? I just get upset, or is there something that I can do?
You can remove yourself from.
Okay, so you can break that relationship. Okay, absolutely. But what happens if they dishonest and I act on that dishonest word, and now I get in trouble, or I lose money, or I have there's an action that has a consequence for me? Could I take them to court? Is
Yes, you
there
can take it to court because there's a law of protection for those who are who was not honest with you, to protect yourself and that person. You can take them to law because there's a law put in place for dishonesty.
Perfect. So the group and society's rights and responsibilities is that we have laws around honesty. And if people break the laws, then we can take them to court. So society's rights and responsibilities is to make sure that there are laws in place to enforce honesty. Okay, so that was the first one. Ethical principle was to be honest. My rights is that people need to be honest with me, and the responsibilities that I need to believe them, or I also need to be honest with them. And what the group or society puts in place is things like laws to protect people when, or to punish people when they are dishonest as well. Okay, now we've got another one. So, do we have a duty of care? Is that an important moral foundation?
Yes, we do have everybody have a
A duty of care. Okay, so let's take a look at that. So, we're going to say a duty of care. That is an ethical principle. Duty of care. Now, if the duty of care is an ethical principle, what is my right? What should society be doing for me?
Are we now in, sorry, Ryan, are we now in the middle block?
So yes, now we move to the middle block. So if a duty of care is what society has to give to me, my right is to be taken. Yeah.
To be taken care of, and that
Exactly.
society has to respect me.
There we go. So people need to look after each other. People need to look after me. People need to take care of me. Now, if you think about it, let's say you are in an accident and people just walk past you. That's not a duty of care. So people are there to take care of each other. That's a right. The responsibility, though, what is the flip side of that?
The responsibility, the flip side is that you have to do the same
Correct.
to take
So,
care of other people.
so my responsibility is then to take care of other people. Now, we have asked group and society to put things in place to make sure that the duty of care is looked after. So, where are the duties of cares in our society? What are those institutions? What are those things that we put in place so that people are taken care of?
We have like your state or government hospitals to look
There we
after
go.
people.
There we go.
You have we have SAPs.
Yes.
If a person lands in an accident on the road, they to protect and make sure that other people don't get involved.
Mm-hmm.
You have your law enforcement. Yeah, yeah, you have your emergency services as well
There we go.
to make sure. But you also have other organizations.
Mm-hmm.
Um, let's say, for instance, a person is homeless or been put out by family members. You have such organizations that can take a person in for 3 months, for 6 months, to take care of such a human being until they are ready to move out again and face life.
Absolutely. So, Bradley, you've hit the nail on the head. We have emergency services, we have paramedics, we have clinics, we have hospitals, we have old age homes, we have rehabilitation um, homes. All of those need to be provided by society in order to create that duty of care. So, any of those things that you mentioned, you'd put that on the right hand side. Old age homes are there to care for the elderly. Emergency services are there to care for people in crisis, anything like that. Okay. Now, the one that I also like to always bring in is that we have a imperative to leave a positive legacy for future generations. Okay, so that is a moral imperative to leave a positive legacy for future generations. So let's use that as number 3 for now. So on the left hand side, as an ethical principle, is to leave a positive legacy for the future, or for future generations, or for our children. Okay. Now, what is my right? If I'm expecting the future or the past generation to provide a legacy for me, should it be a better world than what they had when they arrived?
Uh, Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
So if you went through the struggles, they're not supposed to like or to go through the extra struggles you went through. It must be a little bit easier if you want to leave a legacy, so that they can be a stepping stone. Let's say, um, for instance, if I grew up poor, I can't expect and leave a legacy of poverty for the future generation. It must be their future have to look better than mine.
Perfect. So my right is to have a society that is better than the one before. So society should be becoming better. That's my right. Society should be becoming better. For me, as compared to my parents, as to compared to my grandparents. Now, that is my right, that I should have a more just society, a more caring society, better environment, more, cleaner air, all of those kinds of things. But what is my responsibility then?
That is in the third block now. Or still
So
in
we're
the middle
still
block.
in the second block. So
Okay.
my right is that I should have a society that is better than the one before, but my responsibility is what?
My responsibility will be to contribute um, to the, let's say, to the current society. So in order to become a better, let's say, a better society where I come from. So I have to contribute to that current society to become a
Absolutely.
better one.
Brilliant. So to contribute in order to build a better society for the next generation. That contribution could be through your tax, it could be through your volunteer work, could be through being part of an NGO, it could be through educating your children, it could be by building a business and employing more people, anything. But you need to contribute in some way or form to create a better society for the people that will come next. But now, what does society need to do to ensure that we have a better world for the generation that is to come?
Society have to look after the resources that is provided to them, and especially if capitalism have or money have been pumped into that specific society, is to make sure that whatever we receive, that we will look after it, we will nurture it, we will manage it better so that we can have a sustainable society by the end of the day. Because if you pump it into the community or whoever it is, they also have the willpower to destroy that better future for the current generation or the generation to come. So it is important for the group of society, their rights and their responsibility to look after what has been given to them and what has been pumped into the society for further and for future, let's say, legacy purposes and prosperity purposes as well.
Right. So it's really, again, it's to steward or to look after the resources of this generation so that the next generation is looked after. So government has to be there to look after, to make sure that there's no corruption. Because if we are corrupt, then we lose the resources. So to protect the resources, to look after the resources, to ensure we have plans for the next generation, to build the economy, all of those kinds of things are things that government should be doing in order to make sure that the next generation are in a better position. Okay. Now, you know the process now, so I'm going to give you 4 minutes to choose a moral imperative, to then plot your rights and responsibilities in comparison to that imperative, and then to tell me what is society's responsibilities to make sure that that is protected. Okay, so whichever one you choose is absolutely fine, but you're going to go through the process. So we've done do no harm. You can say accept responsibility for personal actions. You can choose the individual's right to determination. Now that's very closely linked to education. Putting the truth first, because our media and our journalists need to be telling the truth. We need to honor agreements, conduct relationships with integrity. So, what are those things? Moral imperatives. Put that on the left hand side. Tell me what is your rights and your responsibilities, and how should society preserve that moral imperative or that moral fundamental. Okay, so I'll give you 4 minutes to do one of your own. Okay, so we're now going to the next page, which is page number 45. Now, this is something that every business will be different, or every organization will be different. So what it says for this question, question number 5, it says, describe the basic principles of your organization's code of conduct. If you have an existing code of conduct, you can print it out. Please attach it here. Otherwise, summarize to the best of your ability the way we do things around here with regards to acceptable conduct in the workplace, and ask your manager to sign off this question. So the way that I would do it is I would get my code of conduct, I would print it out, and I would attach it to question 5. Then what I do, especially if it has an index, is I would just pretty much describe the index. So our workplace code of conduct covers the behaviors that are acceptable within the workplace and the sanctions should anyone deviate from the rules and policies. That's pretty much what my code of conduct says. Then your manager can make any comments. So maybe they say it also includes the way that the disciplinary procedure is done. At the bottom, the manager puts in their name and their signature, and they will also put in a date. Okay. Is that clear as to what question 5 needs to be? Okay. So get your organization's code of conduct, give it a very quick 1-paragraph summary, and then ask your manager to provide comments and to sign and date. Okay, now we can move to page number 46. Page number 46, question number 6. So it says, compare your organization's code of conduct to general ethical guidelines and the Constitution. This could be positive or negative. Mention at least 3 links. Okay, now let's take a look here. So what my organization does, the link to general ethics and the link to the Constitution. Now let me give you one very clear example. So does your organization have policies around safety and security? Or health and safety, sorry, safety and security. Health and safety. Okay. So what my organization does, it protects the health and safety of the people. That's what my organization does in its code of conduct. Because in the code of conduct, it will have clear health and safety policies. So what my organization does, it protects the health and safety of employees. Now, if we were to say, what is its link to general ethics? Which one of these does it speak to?
Accept a duty of care.
Ah, beautiful. Okay, so the second part is accept a duty of care. That is the link to the general ethics. Now, if we were to look at the Constitution, what rights does it cover?
The right of life.
Yes, absolutely. So it protects the right to life, and it also protects everyone has the right to bodily integrity. So if I chop off my fingers, I no longer have bodily integrity. I've lost part of my body. So here we go, POE. We have health and safety to protect the employees. The link to the general ethics is either do no harm or accept a duty of care. Link to the Constitution, it protects the right to life or it protects the right to bodily integrity. Okay, now what else is in your code of conduct? What other things do they enforce?
Um,
What happens to people that take property off the premises?
illegally now.
Yeah, without
Without
permission.
consent.
Yeah. What would happen to them?
They will be fired.
Okay, so they would be dismissed. Okay, so what my organization does, people who steal will be dismissed. Okay, now, which one of these moral codes does theft then break down?
accept responsibility for personal actions and for the
Okay.
consequences of these actions.
Sure. Because if they don't have the tools or the materials, then we cannot do anything with it. And you've also broken a relationship. So accept responsibility for personal actions and the consequences of these actions. Someone else might say the idea of being honest, because you're not going to tell someone that you are taking stuff off of the premises illegally. So anything like that, that would be your middle one. That's the general ethics. So accept responsibility for your actions and the consequences of the action. Okay. Now, which right is violated when someone takes something from you?
Right of property,
There
stealing
we
from
go.
others if stuff
There,
that does not belong to you.
exactly that. So we have the right to property. If someone takes my property away, I should have legal recourse to get my property back. And that's the right to property. So that's what it affects. So my company dismisses people that steal. The general ethics is that you have you must deal with the consequences of your actions, and the link to the property is that the right to property is protected. Okay, now interesting thing. If I go into social media and I say the company I work for sucks, could I be in trouble?
Absolutely.
Okay. So what my organization does, we can be disciplined for expressing our opinions, because that's really what they're doing. Is there a link to a moral or moral code? Okay, so we could be disciplined for expressing opinions. Now, is this person putting the truth first? Are they being honest? Do we give them the right to self-determination?
First, to give them the right of self-determination.
Okay. So if I have an opinion, I have this right to self-determination. I have the right to express that opinion. But at the same time, I've probably also signed a contract. And that contract says I may not say negative things about the business that I work for. So that would break that agreement. So either honoring contracts or putting the truth first or affirming the right to self-determination. So any of those can be what we put in the middle block. So it could be dismissed for sharing my opinion. The link to the ethics could either be I have to honor agreements, or I have the right to self-determination, or I'm trying to put the truth first. And then the link to the Constitution is what is enshrined in the Constitution. My right to
Express.
expression. There we go. So right to expression, where is my right to expression? Education, language and culture, right? Access to... Okay, it is here somewhere. Right to expression, freedom of speech. There we go. Sorry. Rights of expression. So freedom of expression, that is enshrined in the Constitution. Now, obviously, a an employee might take the business to the courts to say, but that's their freedom of expression. And the company would then say, but you signed a contract to say that you weren't allowed to give a negative opinion, and they could fight it out in court. And ultimately, it often is. Okay, so freedom of expression would be the link to the Constitution. All right, and then for goodwill, I want you to put a fourth one in. So anything that your business does, how it links to general ethics, and what is its link to the Constitution. So what I might decide to say is, what my business does is, okay, so what my business does is it tells us that we cannot move from the factory floor during working hours. The link to general ethics might be that I don't have the right to self-determination because I should have the right to freedom of movement. So over here it says, affirm the individual's right to self-determination. But then also what it does is it violates the freedom of movement or the freedom of, what does it say? So the freedom of freedom of movement. So that might impeach on my freedom of movement. But any example that you can use in your business of what the business does, what is its link to general ethics, and what is its link to the Constitution. Okay. All right. So everyone has 4 examples. I can, yeah. Go for it, Bradley.
I'm just I'm finishing my fourth one now. Then
No problem. Sorry. I don't mean to rush you.
Okay.
Okay, great stuff. Now we're going to go to page number 47 and question number 7. 47 and question number 7. Now, the problem with human beings is that we are all different and we have different values. So what values do you have, Bradley?
Um, I value friendships or relationships. I
Okay,
value
perfect.
that.
Great. Raisa, do you have anything that you value? What are your values? Okay. Noise, do you have any values? Akani? Okay. So, Bradley, let's say you value friendships or even family or relationships. So let's say your value is relationships.
Okay.
Now, the organization's code, does it require you to work overtime?
Indeed.
Okay. So your value is relationships. The organization's code says at times we will be expected to work overtime.
Hmm?
So what impact will that have on your relationships?
Um, it will have a detrimental impact on my relationships because I will not see my family or friends that often. And
Mhm.
so, yeah, it will definitely, if you are not mentally strong, it can actually take you out. So it will definitely have a detrimental impact on my relationships.
There we go. So the potential conflict is that it would have a negative impact on your relationships. Okay. Do you have a value of religion? Are you a religious person?
Absolutely. Yes, I'm a religious person. It is dear to my heart.
Okay. So your value would be your religion. So that's got a value there. Now, are there times where you might be expected to work on a Sunday?
Yes, absolutely. For the pre-season is actually drawing near now, and there will be times for us where they will expect from us to come in on Sundays from time to time. That's why
There,
when I'm not working on a Sunday, I do attend my church services because when the time break I don't have to feel the guilt of not being there on a Sunday. But I expect of us to be
there we go.
present on a Sunday where there's overtime.
Yeah, great. So the Sun organization's code is we are expected to sometimes work on Sundays. Okay. And the potential conflict is that I have to now, change my worship times, or I have to neglect my religion, or I have to, or I feel, resentful. Anything like that
Mhm.
could be your
Okay.
potential conflict. Now, any other value that you might have. So you said relationships, your religion.
Education. I value education.
Ah, nice. I like that. Okay. So your value is education. Okay. Now, do they give you enough time to be able to focus on your studies?
That's a very good question, Ryan. To be honest with you, not really, because of how the operation is put together. And I spoke like longer time with HR because some of the employees came to me and said, listen here, Bradley, I enjoy my work. I'm grateful for the income, but there's a desire for me to want more or to equip or upskill myself to go study or do a course. And I went to HR just for guidance and to help me in terms of the question. And he said, when a person comes to our operation or when the person is already employed here, there's no time for him or her to study.
Yeah, sure. So the organization's code does not include study leave or does not include educational opportunities, which some organizations' codes do. They don't provide for that. And then obviously there's a potential conflict. Okay. And so what do you feel the conflict might be? So I want to improve myself, educate myself so that I can get promotions. The company's code doesn't allow for study leave, doesn't allow for educational opportunities. What is the conflict I'm going to feel?
The conflict there will be then you will find the employee, he will resign, leave the company, and go study and better up his future.
Mm,
Or he will his work will become poor now because he will build up a resentment of I'm giving my all to this company,
mm,
but they didn't want to allow me to go study with or to complete a course or something like that. So you will start having now poor working performance from certain employees.
absolutely. So what you'll see frustration, resentment, demotivation, poor quality output, staff turnover, any of those kinds of things will be the result of that conflict. Okay, great. Now we can go to question number 8. So question number 8 is going to be different for all of you in terms of what happens at your organization. But let me just try and work through a couple of examples. So what could happen if a person in your organization does not comply with the organization's code of conduct? Give 3 examples. So if someone is late for work, what could be a potential um, action?
Yes. So the potential action for that person will be, we will give him a verbal warning. We call it,
Okay.
we will counsel him.
Great. So, if a person is late, they will receive counseling or perhaps a verbal warning. That is a consequence of not following the code of conduct. Okay. Now, if a person gives poor quality work, what could be a consequence?
The consequences will be is to counsel the person, but to also give the person a written warning after, because the person is already was explained already the duties and what's expected from him or her. So it will be counseling and then
Mhm.
a written warning, because that is the procedures we have to follow. You can't just dismiss the person.
Sure.
It will be then a counseling and a written warning.
Okay, perfect. So if a person is giving poor quality workmanship or poor quality output, it could lead to counseling and a warning, a written warning. Some companies, they might do re-coaching or retraining. Some companies might even put them on performance management, but there's always a consequence. Okay, and so that's 2. What happens if a worker assaults another worker? We'll just give him counseling and a verbal, eh?
But no, not at all. We will call the guilty party, the guilty person in. We will address it with a person or actually with both of them. Normally, what happens, companies don't play, right? If you assault somebody at work, it is an immediate dismissal.
There we go. Okay. So severe actions such as assault at work would lead to a dismissal. Okay. So that was question number 8. Now we're going to question number 9. It says, how do you apply... Oh, it's a pain. Let me get you. Okay. So question number 9 says, how do you apply the code of conduct in your own team? Give 5 examples from your own experience. Okay. So what this pretty much is saying is, in your team, how do you apply the code? So what are the most common things for you? So for instance, when I run a team, I need to ensure that my people are on time. Otherwise, I'll counsel them for late coming. I need to ensure that my people are wearing PPE. Otherwise, I will take them off the work floor. I need to give them SOPs, and I expect them to work according to the SOPs. So how do you apply it in your context, in your circumstance? Give me 5 things that you do that relate back to the code of conduct that you have to constantly enforce as a team leader. Okay, so I'll give you guys 5 minutes to write down 5 things that you do that stem from the code of conduct. Okay, you done, Bradley?
Yes, I'm done.
Goodness. Okay, well done. Congratulations. So I will take that as a good amount of time to do question number 9. So now what we can do is we can go to question number 10. And question number 10 says this. Give at least 2 examples of instances where someone has deviated or been in conflict with the code of conduct and what remedial action was taken. So this is something that you have observed, been part of, that you need to have seen or experienced. So let's say the deviation was dishonesty. What the code requires is that there needs to be a counseling session with a final written warning. What remedial action was taken? So maybe you say, that guy wasn't even, they just had a one-on-one meeting with no warning. Then did the remedial action comply with the policy and the existing code of conduct? In this situation, no, because what the code said and what actually happened were not the same. So you see what I'm saying? But if I had said it requires a counseling and a final written warning, and the remedial action was a counseling and a final written warning, then it would be yes, because what they say that they would do and what they did is the same thing. So that would be one example, maybe a deviation. Man was not wearing his PPE on the floor. What the code requires is that the person gets a written warning and gets pulled off the factory floor. What remedial action was taken? The team ignored it. Did the remedial action comply with the existing code of conduct? No, it didn't. So think about 3 deviations that you have seen, experienced, been part of, what your code tells them that has to happen, what actually happened, and were they consistent? So if they were, you say yes. If they were inconsistent, you say no.
Must we only give 2 examples there, right?
Yes, so you only have to give 2. Okay. All right, so that is question number 10. We're going to do question number 11, and then we're going to move on. So question number 11 is on page number 49. It says, why is it important to report conflict with or deviations from the organization's code of conduct? So if people are not living up to or not behaving in accordance with the code of conduct, why do we need to report it? Why do we need to tell people about it?
It's important to report, and it's a good question, right? It's important to report it because so that you can have evidence and also a case against those who are not adhering to the, let's say, the code of conduct and do not comply with the rules of the company. So, for instance, if you have to dismiss the person, then you have
Sure.
enough evidence and proof for, let's say, the CCMA or whatever the case may be, or labor.
Right. So it's important to document it so that if the case goes any further, that we have evidence that can be used in a proceeding. That's very, very important. So we need to document those kinds of deviations in order to ensure we have evidence if the situation has to go to a process or a legal process or disciplinary process. So that's why number 1 is important. Now, there's a second reason that I want to bring up. So when I started working, and I'm going to give away my age, 1996, no one had cell phones. And so the code of conduct did not say anything about cell phones. Nowadays, do people have cell phones on them?
Yes, they do have.
Okay. So sometimes I need to speak about the deviations or the change or what's happening on the floor because the code of conduct has to be updated because things are changing. And where many years ago you weren't allowed to have your cell phone on the floor, now many times you're getting business emails on your phone and you need your phone. So if we are not updating the code of conduct, then everyone's going to be in deviation. But in fact, what should happen is that the code of conduct needs to change, not the behavior. So sometimes we need to report it so that we can update the code of conduct. Do you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely, I do agree with that.
Okay.
But is that an answer or?
That is also part of an answer. So that's a second part.
Of question 11.
Of question 11. So the first one was absolutely correct. It's to document so that we have evidence and proof so that should we go further into the disciplinary process or legal process, that we have evidence. The second one is that at times we might have to update the code of conduct because we have not, because things have changed. So, ladies and gentlemen, seeing as we have got to question number 11, that concludes the moral ethics code of conduct part of developing your team. When we come back, we're going to be looking at record keeping and why we keep records. Then we're going to be looking at meetings and how we run meetings, and especially things called stand-up meetings. I think you guys call them toolbox talks and those kinds of things. So we're going to be looking at that. And then we're going to, I don't know if we'll have enough time today, but we will then schedule for looking at adult learning and how adults learn and how they develop. Okay, so we're going to do lunch now. It is now 20 past 12. If we could please be back at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock sharp, please.
Okay, great, Ryan.
Thanks very much, ladies and gents.